another video. I'm your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko. I will be your captain for today's flight. And today's flight will be another one in our long haul series, where we'll be flying, well, obviously some long haul flights. In this case from London Heathrow in the United Kingdom to Boston International in the United States of America. And we'll be going AFK at some point to get some well-deserved beauty sleep. We're using real-world time, real-world weather, Airsoft Simple Traffic Tool and GSX. And you can also follow the flight on the Volanta website. Not really sure how it works if you do not have an account, but I believe actually you can still follow it. And yeah, we're using the PMDG Boeing 777-300ER with American Airlines livery. Then the total flight time for today's flight should be airtime 6 hours 37 minutes. I'll be cruising at an altitude, initial altitude of 36,000 feet. So let's just get in there. So the air stairs are hooked up. Standing here, the evening is falling here in London. So as long as we have these air stairs up, let's just actually walk in. Why not? So this will be our aircraft for today. 777-300ER. I believe we can actually open the door in this camera too. Look at that. It's cute. So this will be our office. So now actually to have it sit down, there you go. I don't know myself, I still will need to get rid of this camera there, because I want to see the little smiley face that you see here on the front of the airplane. Look at that. It's a very cute, modest little smile. Alright. Let's set everything up. The aircraft has pretty much been actually left like this, so for the engineers. Ground power is available, so it's immediate to turn it on. We are now running on APU. Got to turn on the dome lights, maybe some storm lights, have it nice and bright inside. First thing we will start the AJJAY, that's the inertial reference system. It's on the emergency lights as well. And I guess we'll turn on the logo lights. Now the ground power unit has been connected. We have a flight plan in here. We have the weather, so 200, 12 knots of wind here in London, and we have QNH 1018. So on the FMC, we'll just set up the reference airport, Echo Golf Lima Lima. Let's see, what's the gate? Something like 207 or something. 209. Okay. See if that is recognized. Always nice if it is. And looks like it. So we can request our route in here. EGLL KBOS. So let's see our LFT. Cost the next 15, cruising 380 there. Got 57.6 kilograms of block fuel, so 57.7, and then 8.2 or 8.3 on the final reserves. And this is looking like it's showing in pounds. There you go. So before we do anything else, let's first go to our PMDG setup. If you can change these things. I believe it's under displays. The weight units, we want kilograms displayed. Air condition temperature will be centigrade. Was there anything else under the displays? Okay, return. Equipment. I would like the digital clock, so we have that. That's nice. Let's have the whaler for autopilot disconnect. Simulation. Can I look there for the auto step climb? I believe that was there. Realistic. Get realistic parking brake. I was searching for the auto step climbs. That's yes. Okay, cool. So we got that. So now we re-downloaded it. We have 8.3 on our block, on our final reserves, and we have 57.7 on our block fuel. And that seems to make sense right there. So we'll set the payload, and we'll set the fuel, and we'll select the route. This is now requesting it will upload into this FMC right here. Let the seatbelt sign on. So we do have all the fuel now. The center fuel tanks are not used, but we do have 28.8 on the left and the right side, giving us a total of 57.7. So we turn on the seatbelts. So let's load it in. This will now load the flight plan that we downloaded from Simulate. It will upload it basically into the FMS. Well, it was laggy there. Let's start the boarding. We have lots of passengers, I'm guessing. So request boarding. Right, so we can activate this route and execute, then that will be live if you want. If we go to legs page, we should have all the legs, but not our departure and arrival yet. We'll have the tab R button for that. So let's see, what can we expect?
Boarding requested. Do you want to board crew?
Yes, please.
Crew bus is coming.
Thank you. So, departing runway 27 left with the DPT 3 Golf departure. So 27 left, DPT 3 Golf. No transition, we just execute. Back to index here, we do the same, but then for Boston, so arrival. But this might change, obviously, 6.5 hours. We got 04 right with the Whoosh November 5, or the Ocean 5, for 04 right. So it's set up for that, ILS 04 right, the Ocean 5. And here it's listing a couple of transitions. There's AJJay, and that is in here as well. So why not select that, execute. So on the next page we should show everything really. So we also have our departure route, and then all the flight plans in between, and then we'll also have our arrival route, which basically has some vectors there when close to the airport. We will look at that once we are airborne, and we'll also set up maybe for a different runway on the secondary route.
Boarding starting.
So we go back to the route, and we can now go to our perf inlet page. So 8.3, 57.7, cruising altitude, initial altitude 360, cost index 1.5. So let's accept these figures. And then thrust limitation. Thrust limits. Performance tool. Import from OFP. I don't know why the button is there. I never see anything change. So 27 left. The runway condition will be dry. And let's get the fuel. The weight from the aircraft. Can we get it from here? We can get started with this, I guess. 1018 calculates. Trim. The trim is freaking out. I've never seen this before. I have a little screenshot. Report from OFP. Trim minus a million. I don't think we can do that. I'm not sure what's going on there. The boarding is obviously still in progress. Baggage loading is at 25%. So yeah, these numbers will still change.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Passenger bus is coming. Map configuration optimum, but I think let's see if we can, for instance, if we fill out 5, I think, let's just say takeoff will be okay, I guess. NTIs will be off. Just keeps giving us trim minus 1 million, or how many are there? Yeah, looks like 1 million.
Passengers boarding starting.
So there's the passengers coming. So yeah, not sure about this one. I don't know, it's only 184 passengers. We can take like well under 400, I believe. I'm not even totally sure, but we can take a whole lot. Definitely somewhere in the 300s. So the plane will not be totally full. Maybe it's because it's a night flight, I don't know. But this is the people who have to get from A to B in any case. Let's get our checklist up. Seems like the simulator is a little bit low on the FPS actually. Alright. So checklist, so oxygen, we can consider that tested. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter. So let's set our altimeter. It's the 1018 in hectopascal. I'll just press the B. You don't have to fiddle with that little button there, but at least check it's 1018. And I guess we can shoot up straight to 380, but we'll have a look at the flight plan in a bit. But there's no ATC or anything, we're just flying offline. So we can do whatever we want. I don't think we can really check the lags page in great detail. I think we really should continue this setup here, but we can have a look. Maybe we can. 242, flight level 360, and then up to 380. At some point, and that will be the highest point there. But yeah, so we set the altimeter, flight instruments. We could maybe set the runway heading. So 27 left, that will be us. 269, you can see it right there. So it's saying here, descent forecast uplink ready. So here we see FMC with a little dot in front of it saying, notifying us that there's a new FMC message. It's this one, descent forecast uplink ready, so we can clear that out. Wind data uplink ready. So to do that, we'll go to our VNAV page. And let's see if I'm, so we're on page 1 of 3. And then it's on this page, on the econ descent. We can check quick forecast, and then we just will load and it will, I'm not sure if you have to click request, but sometimes it's not clear, sometimes there's a little box around it. But these are our descent winds, and they are now loaded into the flight management system. So the boarding of the passengers is about to complete. I think it's one more bus. So let's set the parking brake. We do have hydraulics in our brake accumulators, so we can use that. You will see it drop. So the current pressure is like 1900 or something. Where's our parking brake? Way too zoomed in here on things. Yeah, so that's the parking brake set. And that used up a little bit of the hydraulics, as you can see, from the brake accumulator.
Passengers boarding starting.
So flight instruments heading altimeters, the altimeters have been set. That's on both sides. Let's turn on the flight directors as well. And I guess we can dial in speed 250 knots, because that will be the maximum speed below 10,000 feet anyway. So we can check that too. So normal. So flight deck door closed and locked. I'm just going to check it, but I like to have the door open here. Remote control panel, V2 speed should be in there, heading and track and the altitude. We've set all of that up as well. Turn on the flight directors, we got our initial runway heading, the cruising altitude 380. For takeoff speed, basically we cannot get past this yet. I'm just going to wait until the boarding process is completely finished. So we have the absolute correct numbers. Might be a glitch with the aircraft that it's showing a trim setting of -1 million. So we're just going to have to, well actually maybe there's a workaround. We could maybe also go to, what is it called, in brief dispatch. I only use this with aircraft that you cannot do it from within, but maybe in this case there might be a little bug with the aircraft. Because it never showed a trim of -1 million before. So we'll go to performance and tools, and then simply populate from the last flight, and that's the current flight that's loaded. So the aircraft type is listed, the departing runway, the airport and everything. And here we can just say calculate. And then we'll get our V-speed, flap setting, thrust setting will be takeoff 2, assumed temperature 47. And we should also get a trim setting, I guess. So NTI is off, lead setting on, weight, flap setting, thrust, assume temperature. If you want V2, rotate V2. weather information, runway information. Doesn't look like there's a trim setting here. And even then, I guess it's not the end of the world. So let's minimize this for a little bit. Okay, we got 180 passengers of 184, so that's still 4 more passengers. And then we can get our final numbers, I guess. But this really looks like a weird glitch. Set your trim at a million, minus million. Not really sure what's going on there. We'll just wait for the boarding to finish, then at least we know that we can rule that out as a cause, but this really, I've never seen this thing. So they were our last, there you go, boarding complete. Alright, so let's see, no electronics is on. So takeoff speed, so let's have another look. I don't think it's going to work though. Import from aircraft, import weather, and calculate. Oh, finally it does actually work, look at that. That's good news. So flaps 5, it's advising takeoff 64, so we'll do that. We can close this one here. Should give us 88.1% of N1, and that is correct as well. Trim 4.75, P1 161, rotate 165, V2 168, and acceleration height 1000 feet for some reason. So takeoff, flaps 5, 4.75, 160, 163, 167. So this 161, 165, 168, so these numbers are definitely different, but I like to use the numbers from here. So I guess that completes the CDO pre-flight as well. Takeoff speeds, we have those. So trim 4.75. So to do that now, let's turn on our hydraulics. That should allow us to set the trim to 4.75. The interesting system just goes by increments of 0.25. So there we have it, 4.75. Got the radio panels set up and our squawk code 3121. Trim is being completed, taxi and takeoff briefing, so taxi 27 left. I believe we are at 27 center right now, but let's have a look. I do really like this interactive map, really nice, if it loads. It doesn't always load. Today does not want to load up. So 27 right would have been more logical for us. 27 left, so right there. We'll push back nose to the left, get ourselves onto Bravo, and then down. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should change the runway because one of the reasons I spawned at exactly this spot that we're at now is because of the terrain. Because the terrain in London, in the default London airport of Microsoft Flight Simulator, it is extremely bumpy. It is, yeah, it's just wrong. So basically, if we use runway 27 left for takeoff, we will have to drive down Bravo, and this is a bit of a weird section. So maybe we'll just change our departing runway. So 27 left, we'll make that 27 right. Runway not available for the SID. Yeah, that's so annoying. So we'll keep it on 27 left. That's okay. Takeoff speeds have been deleted. Okay. 160, 163, 167. And then the takeoff, we have the CPT 3 Golf. What's our departure? Yes, the 3 Golf. Auto runway 27 left, 3 Golf, taking you to, let's see. Yeah, this is basically like straight out to Compton. Okay. And turn on the beacon. And then we have before taxi checklist, so I think that should be about it. So let's get the aircraft ready to go, ground operations. And release the ground power. First we turn it off in the overhead. We're now back to APU. So release ground power. And we remove the chocks. Now we do have to check the doors. Always funny with using GSX. So door management. Close all. Two doors are closing, but the air stairs are still in place. Maybe we can do it through GSX. Operate stairs. And we hear them now. Now we see them retracting. Both report ready for push and start. So we'll get the engine page up here in the middle now, so we can start the engines, have a look at the N2. Alright, so here they come. Flying Dutchman, your cabin dark as night too.
Captain, we are ready for pushback.
How you doing, man? Nice of you to say hi, Flying Dutchman. Hope you're doing well. Cabin dark as night? No. Well, what? Don't think I understand. Let's have a look. Let's actually have a jump there to the cabin.
Departure check completed.
Well, it looks okay.
Bypass pin inserted.
But I must say, I just use the buttons up here. I haven't found any other buttons to my knowledge. Alright, so what we're looking at the engine on shutdown mode, fuel pressure engine left and right. So the fuel pumps. We don't need center fuel pumps today. It's only 2024 euros is affected. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Yeah, no worries, man. it's always good to ask if you want to know something. So what did we say? Nose to the left, tail to the right. Okay.
Release parking brakes, please.
Well, I can do that.
Commencing push.
Parking brake release.
All engines are clear. Start at will.
Right, let's get this baby rolling. So engine number 2. Wait, I can't see. Yes, engine number 2. I was changing the cabin temperature setting there. Let's enter some fuel in there. Let's have a look outside. So is there an issue in 2024, Flying Dutchman, currently then? I mean, what is the issue? Dark cabins, then I guess. That's such a weird issue to have. Oh, for a moment there, yes, we're starting the correct way. Good. Wow. And like, there's nothing drawn as well. Like, it's also pitch black during the day, for instance. You know? Because that's really messed up, man. Whoops. Don't like this view. Alright, so it looks like we're getting on the yellow line there. HG is getting lower there. Let's start up engine number 1. Just sunlight during the day. Okay. Alright, where is our fuel? There you go. I hope that issue with the cabin gets fixed quickly, man.
Please set parking brakes.
Okay, ma'am. Parking brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
PMDG 777 300ER, little long plane. But it was very nice to fly. Alright, our engine should have started completely now, they're stable. So let's confirm good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking the nose gear.
There, we have the airport. So we continue on Bravo, take a right onto the remains Bravo, I guess. Okay. That will take us to our runway. Okay.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Thank you. Well, we're getting ready to get out of here. Okay, so DB4 taxi checklist. Anti-IZZ auto recall, let's check our recall. If anything, want something. Auto brake to check the takeoffs. Flight controls, I'm going to consider those checked ground equipment clear, and then we'll have DB4 takeoff, just flaps to 5. So parking brake released, and actually, let's release that. Let's set our LNAV and VNAV on them. Thank you. Alright, let's get going. So as I said earlier, this is the default scenery for London Heathrow, Echo Golf, Lima Lima, and yeah, that really has some weird terrain. Some really weird dips in the road on the tarmac, the apron, just weird. So we spawned out here, but now actually we do need to get to runway 27 left. We're parked here at 27 right, so we'll just use taxiway travel, and we'll see what's going to happen. If you look at that terrain, if you look to the right, where we're about to go, so don't think it matters which route we take, it will all go down. But that definitely looks a little bit weird to me. And actually, if the simulator detects a crash, you know, because the gear is damaged, then it will end the flight. So that's a bit weird. I tried to find real quick before streaming to see if there was maybe some free upgrade to the London Heathrow Airport available somewhere. I could not find anything to my liking immediately. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit scary. Look at this. A little bit more power. We do have powerful engines. I mean, look at this, man. This is insane. My God. How can they not have fixed this? Am I missing something, maybe? Maybe a world update that I didn't get. I'll check that. So let's see. We'll just take the second one to the left, or we'll take the turn here immediately. Let's first settle down. Or we'll actually take the runway right here. This intersection. Let's get home. The food truck there. Landing lights on. Probe. And the TCAS, I believe, is already on. This was runway 27 left. Let's get this sucker to Boston. let's not use up too much of the runway. Alright, so looks like we should be good to go. That's the before takeoff checklist completed as well. The timer should start running automatically. So let's set takeoff thrust, so we go 50% N1, and let the engine stabilize a little bit. And takeoff thrust.
Knots.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
V2. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. So that's London behind us. We'll accelerate. Flaps 1. And there's flaps up. Let's turn on the autopilot, AP on. Also have L9 VNAV speed. The flaps are up. So the after takeoff checklist is already completed, landing gear is up, flaps are up. The auto brake is turned off automatically. And then next should be the descent checklist, which we do not need. Well, at least not now. Let's have a look from the cabin here. Well, we are moments after takeoff from London Heathrow. I do love these city lights and the night atmosphere and flight simulators, really nice. Let's get back to the flight deck, see if everything's still going as it should. The transition altitude, I believe it's 5,000 feet, more than London or the United Kingdom. 6,000 feet. So we can go now local pressure, or standard pressure, from local to standard pressure. And let's also increase our view on the nav display. So constant VOR right there, that's our part of our departure route. It's saying APU running. Let's just turn that sucker off, I don't think we need that anymore. And get a little bit of dome lights going to work with. We'll leave the seatbelt sign on for a little bit longer. So here now in the center I will set up the flight information so we can request the AJJAY for our airport. I always like to use PMDG weather and automated. So we type into the scratch pad on the left side here, Boston. And then we can just click on there and to enter. That's super handy. So it's on auto, and they should get us the weather reports whenever they become available. Okay, so it takes sometimes a while for the right mouse button for the free camera to work. So we're holding at around 6,000 feet. This is all in our flight plan, unless, you know, AJJAY would, for instance, say, hey, you can now go direct something. We could maybe go direct Gidzenko. We are 0.5, let's wait a second. It's only 7 miles, so that's okay, we don't have to do anything, just leave it there. New messages, there is no message, yes there is one. Oops, let's have a look. So this is the current weather, okay, at Boston. Information Zulu. 050 degrees, 10 knots, visibility over 10 statute miles, clouds scattered at 1200 feet, overcast at 4100, temperature 14, 3015. We cancel just so it gets stored. So step climb to flight level 360 will be in 1566 nautical miles. So we'll have burned a lot more fuel by then. Some interesting looking weather to fly through. It's very typical for, I've noticed for the UK, especially London, I guess, SIDs, that they keep you flying at like 5,000 or 6,000 feet for quite a while before you're actually allowed to further climb up, you know. So looks up, we're at continent POR. Get ourselves back to the flight deck. Camera works immediately, that's good. So on our way to this, so we can continue climbing. We should be there at flight level 110, speed 283. The aircraft will start to accelerate now. So I suggest we have the passengers strapped in for a little bit longer. It's also reminding us here the passenger sign is on. Let's get back inside, 10,500, the nose is dropped. So let's turn off the seatbelt sign. You can leave that auto. So on our progress page we can see what currently the FMS believes will be our time of arrival, so 3:24 Zulu. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking from the flight deck. Welcome aboard American Airlines to Boston. We've turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are allowed to walk around the cabin. Feel free to do so. Our cabin attendants are ready for you any and all questions and to see to your needs. The time ahead, flight time ahead will be about 6 hours and 15 minutes until we land at our destination, Boston Logan International Airport. We will be cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet initially, and later we'll climb to 38,000 feet. Do remember once you're back to your seats, remember to just keep your seatbelt sign on, or to keep your seatbelt on. I will keep the sign at off for now. On behalf of American Airlines and the entire crew, thank you very much for your attention. Alright, so we got that out of the way. Look at the sun going down. I think this is so cool in Flight Simulator that you can have these wing views sitting there as the passenger, which probably most of us are used to seeing when we're actually in a real airplane, right? We're just sitting by the window. We're probably all just window sitters in here. And it's cool that you can do that. You can control the aircraft and also enjoy a little bit of the feeling of what it would be like to fly, and then you have some sort of idea what goes on in the cockpit. Yeah, it's a nice view. Let's get back to the flight deck. See what's going on here. So the no electronics is still on. That's well, actually put that on auto. Feet. So we'll initially cruise at 36,000. We could see the step climb is at 024 Zulu, so it's still a couple of hours. Like around 3 hours and 1500 nautical miles. So for now we're set up for landing. Let's see what's our runway. Departure arrival index and Boston, so we have the runway 04 right. Seems about okay. We just saw that the wind was 050, I believe. You can also check here on our electronic flight bag. 05010 knots. So runway 04 seems okay for now. But we could maybe, at some point I'll probably copy this flight plan and just, what's happening? Copy this flight plan and then send set a different approach in case the wind changes in about 6 hours and 15 minutes. It has happened before and it will happen before, so it's good to try and be prepared at least. So runway 04, right in our case, so we could maybe choose 22 left in case the wind changes. Runway 27 or runway 9, I think it's also an option, 7,000, so a little bit shorter than the other runways. I don't think 33 right and 15 left, that's only 2,500, so let's probably stay clear from that. So we could set up for 22 left, for instance, so we'll have a look at that in a little bit. These colors are so cool, man. It gives a nice atmosphere to it. Yeah, let's get rid of the dome lights. So L is coming up in 8 nautical miles. Top of climb there is slightly before FELCA. And then we'll cruise for, I don't know, another 1,000 miles or so at 360. until we will further step climb to 380 at this waypoint right here, 5550 November. And I think on the nav page, or the VNAV page really, you should also be able to see what the maximum, the optimum and recommended flight levels are for our current situation. Feet coming up. So we could maybe set up for the opposing runway. So if we go to route, click route again, then we'll get to the main menu of the route page. And here we can say route copy, and now we have a route 2, or a route number 2, which we can activate if we want. So now if we go to the legs page, in blue, route 2, so that this is displaying, this is not the actual route, or the active route, that's the reason why it's in blue. But this will allow us to set up for the opposing runway 22 left in case the wind turns like 180 degrees. At least we can do that. So this is now looking at the runway 04 right, and even here if we go to departure arrivals, you will now see route number 1, which is the active one, route number 2, which is not the active one, but we can still change it. So for the arrivals, selected now is 04 right, is being copied over from the route 1, so we just use 22 left. So I'm not sure what arrivals they have for that, so let's just look at that. So open airport, and I think we should, or we should actually have, let's see, procedures, and then we want to have arrivals, and then we want to have our runway, so let's, or the other runway, in this case 22 left. Just to see what they have available for us. So that's the Ocean 5. I think that's the one we actually already had. I think we can keep it. Double check. Ocean 5 is also for 22 left and right, so that's cool. So that basically we have set up, we don't have to save this because it's just a temporary flight plan anyway. So it will just already save without us executing or anything. So this is set up for runway 22 left. So in case we need that, then we just switch over. So let's now go back to route number 1, and that's the actual. Oops, not like that. 34,500. So the aircraft will maintain flight level 360 once we get that. Right, so while we are climbing, I'm going to go for a bit to the wing view here. I have to go AFK for a couple of minutes. flight deck it is. So 36,000 feet now. So for now we're holding for another 1400 miles. There's no new weather report yet. It will come probably once every hour or twice every hour. So 24 degrees, 23 degrees. Maybe during the night it's nice to have it cool down a little bit. So the cabin set for 21 degrees and the flight deck for 20. Sometimes I get so disoriented when zoomed in so much. The fuel. So I'm not using the center fuel tanks. See where we are. We're still at procedures. Okay. Okay, but we are just leaving the United Kingdom on our way to Ireland. I believe, what was the point where we're going to climb? $5550 November. I don't know, I'm not. Oh wait, 5550. Probably this one. We'll need to burn a lot more fuel. When we copy this waypoint, put it on the progress page. At destination, it will overnight Boston temporarily. You can see the fuel that we will have then, 28.8. Pretty much half. We took off with 28.8 in both engines. It's now down to 25.3 in both engines, or 25.4 on the light one. 047. So DOGAL is in 342 nautical miles. Definitely some way to go. I'll be there 22:13. So that's like 45 minutes. 32 minutes into the flight right now. And I think everything is going well. So at some point I will retire a little bit, get beauty sleep. Well, that's why these are the long hauls series with the extra Z's there. So just be warned, the stream might become at some point extremely understimulating. So as I always say, unless you like to have a little bit of sound on in the background, which I sometimes might just fall asleep listening to things like these. Or like a window view, you know. Let's see when that weather message was actually generated. 2054. Now we could still get it. We get it late. So if the either it's every 30 minutes, so that would also be then at 21:24. But then it's normal. 8 minutes later that we do not have the message just yet. So. Could be that it's 30-minute updates, otherwise it will be probably 1 hourly updates. At least we can see when this was issued, 2054. So we can exit that. Or we cannot. Really, we can't? Oh, because we're not in there and we can cancel. Okay. Step climb right there. Flank over JFK. Really? Let's zoom in a little bit more. Where is it? So top of descent. AJ. So top of descent then AJ. Coffee, Nico, Euro, push. There's a runway 04 right. So Griffey, Gabe, Joby, and then vectors. Gabe, Joby, and then we'll get vectors, and we'll need to get to Nabel. Let's have a look at the arrival chart. This will take us all the way to Joby, and then indeed we'll get vectors. Let's get our approach chart then. 04 right. So that's Nabu. We got Winnie and Goshi in front of those. Joby. So glide slope from 1700 feet at Milt, which is like 7 nautical miles from Ibos. That should be the runway identifier. Let's say 7 miles. I guess we can add some Winnie and Goshi in there. So basically, right before Nabel will come Winnie. We'll put that on the vectors. And then Goshi. Insufficient fuel. Nabo comes there. Execute. Now it looks like we still have the vectors in there. What do we do? So Griffey, Gabe, Joby, and I think Winnie is probably, I probably misspelled that right, look at that, it's Winnie. So that's what's going on there. So yeah, Winnie. Put it on there, not in database. Hang on 1 second, what's going on? Oh, jeez. Winnie. Okay, let's do this now. Finally. And next page. Actually, just execute this and we delete. We still have to delete the Winnie actually, we couldn't override. So Winnie is out, go to Winnie. Go back, previous page. Only to go back to Goshi here. Bit messy, but we'll get there. Execute. So this is more like it. So from Jofi to basically to Goshi, but that's not. Wait, this is now correct. Goshi, Winnie, Nabo. To Winnie, Goshi. So I'm totally screwed up there. So let's just delete Winnie. This could already be okay. Let's see if we put a range link around the runway. So maybe we do not, so we have Goshi and Winnie will be in between, so we can enter that in any case, doesn't matter actually. To the check. Never needs to go down. So 215 degrees. And it was 6.9 of, let's have a look. At Milt 6.9 DME from the localizer. So we'll just say 7. The aircraft doesn't like the decimal. And let's see where the 15-1 will end up. 215. 15. From Goshi to Nabo is about 10 miles. So let's select Joby. Two 212 degrees, we'll keep that. Now let's say 10 miles. That looks a lot nicer. Execute. Wait a minute. Goshi, I believe, is the one we need. Yes. Let's hang on a second. It's getting messy now. There you go. So this looks more like a sort of an RNAV basically it's just, we should actually get factors, but we will not get factors. So we're just doing it ourselves like this, really. Like usual. So these are the arrows saying that we'll get factors. So what we will do is just fly here and then come around. Should give us plenty of space to lose any additional speed we might have picked up during descent or something. And should sort of ensure that we have a stabilized approach to Boston, into runway 04 right. So that's what happened there. So we go back to the map view. Let's go to the comm page. Now, the message, the weather report was issued at 2054. We still do not have anything. So it will be issued at 2154 again. Something that I noticed, we just set up like some range rings around the runway. If, for instance, we were now to go and select our route number 2, I would say like activate. The range rings that we placed, as far as I know, that you place them on the navigational display itself. So it, they don't disappear or anything, and it's not like you're flying route number 1, and then your navigational display will display the range rings for route number 1 only. It will not. So if we go actually activate route number 2, we still have our range rings based on route number 1. So that was an interesting thing to discover. Let's keep it at route 1. So DOGAL is still 210 miles. And step climb 021. So like, I don't know, a couple of hours. Well, let's get back to the flight deck, see if this thing is still flying. Plus the 6000, the 0.826. You have a bit of a headwind though. New weather report. Time is now 22:23. So the weather is still 050, 7 knots, and some clouds. Issue 2154, so the 1 hourly update. That climb 911 miles. And 0:20 hours. It's 2 hours. The flight deck is on fire. Oh, it's only the horizon. So do you think we should like fly upside down, and at least it will make sense, like it's blue below us and it's orange above us? I laugh about a joke there. So the thing is, we can actually reverse this. Let's look into that. Manual PMDG setup. Colors. So PFD sky and primary flight display ground. So how the hell do you choose a different color? You can always reset it. I think I did it once. Or it might be, okay, so we could check here for instance, and just check this color, or 0, 110, 210. Well, let's not do it, but you can. That could be fun. Can we go to VNAV from here? Yes, we can. So 855 nautical miles. So that link that I posted in the chat to the Volanta website, can follow all these flights there, and you can also see like how many people are flying in Flight Simulator right now. I don't think it matters if it's, I'm not sure what the source is, but they're flying in Flight Simulator anyway, so they might just be offline, all of them. Then if you compare that to like websites where you can see how many traffic are on that sim. And there's also IVAO, and maybe I'm not sure if there are any other networks, but there's a whole bunch of people flying. And there's a couple of flights I can see behind us, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the immediate vicinity. And that's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. So you know, you could check it out if you want. So it looks like our co-pilot left us. He's probably talking to one of the ladies there. It's been known to happen, you know. Mike, he just gets up off of the seat, goes in here, starts chatting up some ladies. So when maneuvering around through the cabin like this, oh, look at those lights in the background, very nice. It's always a bit scary because I'm using a Xbox 360 PC controller in the one hand, so the left joystick, and then the right mouse button to have free camera. And with this way I can translate, which is nice. But if I were to let go of the right mouse button, or if maybe like the connection for a split second is gone, then the aircraft is detecting all of a sudden like me putting the yoke forward, and it will automatically disconnect the autopilot. So sometimes when I'm walking around in the cabin, I'm a little bit scared. Now there's also the option obviously to just do it like this, so I don't have to press and hold the right mouse button. I can just walk around like this. Oh, actually, oh no, I can't. Oh, that's, oh well. Let's quickly go back. Let's put back all the autopilot. Oh, I really thought I could walk like that. Oh, there you go. Probably the reason I never do it. Shall we re-engage the autopilot as well? Thank you. Okay, so we did lose, we lost quite some altitude there. Look at that. Maybe turn on the seatbelt sign. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. Please return to your seats and make sure your seats are securely fastened. Okay. So what we're doing now, hopefully we're going to climb back to 36,000. And looks like it's doing that. Okay, so don't try this at home, kids. But yeah, as I told you, like in this case it's actually weird because I did use the free cam. So I would assume that I could translate. Actually, I'm doing the same now, so I'm not sure what happened then. Yeah, there you go. I'll turn it back on. Yes. Yeah, so that's not a very safe system for obvious reasons. So I'm always a bit scared to do that, so usually there's these shortcuts, you know, like just go sit in the back. Right, 35,600. But fortunately, we're climbing back. Seatbelt sign can go back to auto. We're back to 36,000 feet now. Or rather, almost. So Ocean is our arrival. So it looks like this will work out. The extra waypoint out of Joby, so 10 nautical miles in the same heading as to get to Joby. And then we added the Goshi and Winnie waypoint as well. Just to have a little extra space. So it's 15 nautical miles link, and then the 7 nautical miles link. 6.9 nautical miles is actually the start of the glide slope. I believe it was at 1700 feet. 1700 feet at Milt. That's right there. And the Ocean arrival. Alright, looking solid. Some hard constraints there at Joby and Gate, 6,000 feet. So Cape 6,000, and Joby 6,000 as well. I really like the option to have the navigational display here in the center as well. Very multi-purpose. And I believe by default it is slaved to the captain's side. Oh, yeah, some floor lights. So this is bright, this is the dim setting. So if we lose our taco chips or our pen, then we can find them more easily. So the speed, the sun is setting a little bit slower for us, but eventually the sun will win and it will be pitch black. So up next, 5630N, that's another 311 miles. And then here at 5550N, that will, there we have to be at flight level 380, so slightly before that we'll start climbing again. We can have a look at that. We can see at this waypoint 5550N, we should be at flight level 380. We copy this, go to our progress page, you can paste it in destination. So that's saying we'll be there at 0050. And if we check the step climb, we'll be at 0019. So like 30 minutes before that. We'll start climbing to flight level 380. It's cool, you can just put anything here, and if you just go out of this page and come back, it has reset to Boston right there. So you can put any waypoint in there. You can go to your legs page, it tops, so we click it to copy it, and go back to progress, put it in destination. And we can see what time it will be there, and what the fuel will be. That's a super handy feature. You just click out of it and back into it, and it just resets itself. So the alternate page, I'm really unfamiliar with, never used it. I might click it just like I am now, every now and then, to just sort of check it out. I'm not sure what is our alternate. That's JFK. So I'm not sure. Okay, so we can request the weather. Alternate request, not really sure what that means, what that does for us in the simulator. Maybe let's not click it and then divert now. So we do see, for instance, if we were now to fly to Echo India Kilo November, we could be there 2347 with 36,300 kilograms of fuel with us. If we need to divert to any of the other Irish airports, we also can. And then next would be JFK, or at least in this list. I'm not really sure how that works. Not sure how to work the alternate request, but I'm a bit scared of clicking it during cruise. But let's say if we now divert to JFK, then we will arrive there at 341 with 11,600 kilograms of fuel. So weather request, I guess, would make sense. Alternate request, not really sure, so I'm not going to click that. I'll be running off to the galley to get a new refreshing iced tea. So I'll be right back. So we still got an inverted outside. We got orange on top, blue below. And our primary flight display is reversed. We got orange below and blue on top. We cannot see our fuel flow here, I think, can we? Total fuel times fuel. Or that was under engine, I think. Wait, the engine. And we got fuel flow here, 3.4, 3.5. That's 7,000 kilograms per hour. It would be cool if we could print it out like you can in the fly-by-wire A32NX. But you can actually use a little printer that's in the Airbus. Not sure if every plane has one. But in the Airbus it's right here or right there, and there is this little printing machine. You click print and it will actually print out, for instance, your weather or something. But mostly what I would find really cool is actually something I was saying earlier, but then I realized the microphone was muted. That happens to me sometimes. Let's see, where was the... well, basically, that you can play Pac-Man on this would be so cool. I hope there's some clever people working on that now. In case we do need to land on the other runway, I guess it's a good idea to get the chart, at least a final approach chart for 22 left as well. So Boston Logan International, 22 left, and we'll take this one. The arrival will be the same. This is the Ocean 5 arrival. That is actually for both runways. Actually a couple of runways even. Look at that. So 4 left and right, 1 5 right, 2 2 left and right, 2 7, 3 2, 3 3 left. To left is in case we need to, in case the wind changes and we need a different runway, the opposite direction. There the glide slope also starts at 1700 feet. And a lot earlier, or a lot later actually, at 40.6 nautical miles from ILQN. And it's probably the ILS identifier, ILQN. So maybe we could set up something similar in our flight plan on the secondary route page. So we add, for instance, Wayne and Noli. Let's have a look at that. say route number 2, but it's now displaying everything route number 2. Next page, blue, so this is the correct one. So AJ, Sophie, Nico, Euro. From tops to AJ, didn't we? Or maybe that's in the route number 1. Let's have a look here. So this is pretty much the same. LOMSI and tops. Where the hell are they? There's AJ. Alright, so AJ to Sophie and then to Nico. Euro, Ocean, and then the blue line is the secondary route, as you can see here, blue. So that would be Giorgio, Birgit, Ada, and then Lizzie, and then from Lizzie you'll get vectors. So we could enter these other waypoints manually for the secondary route as well. So this will taking us, let's see, Birgit and Lizzie, and then vector. So after Lizzie, we could put Noli and Wayne. Noli is 12 nautical miles, 13 miles from the runway. So I guess we could say Lizzie, heading 034, 034, and we carry on for, oh, that's speed brake, help. There we go. Easy, heading 034. Let's say 20 nautical miles, or maybe go 15. And after Lizzie, before vectors, so basically onto vectors. So we get ourselves right there. And now the thing is, these arrangements that we have currently, they're simply on the navigational display and has nothing to do with the setup that we're doing now to land at the runway 22 left. So if that were the case, then we will definitely delete those fixes, and we'll also insert these fixes for the secondary runway, basically the secondary plan. But this new waypoint there, that should work fine. And then maybe from what's it called? Would take us to Waxon, Wayne. Okay, so let's do Wayne as well. 224. So then the reciprocal will be 44. So out of Wayne, heading 044 / and that would be let's also say 15 before we wait. No, we're not going to do that. Okay, we can just delete that one. So at least we have some sort of diversion plan. So we're coming, actually, so in this case we're doing the blue line, right? So Giorgio, Birgit, Ara, Lizzie, and then can we zoom out? Where the hell is it? Right here. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Let's hope we don't need it enough for now. So route number 1. So still looking flying into the sunset. So our sun is setting a lot slower than it would if we were on the ground. Since we're flying quite fast, so it's sort of towards it. So the time 23:02, and there you go. So there is our new weather. The wind's steady at 050 for the last at least 3 reports. 8 knots, 10 session miles, and there's some clouds, 1400 feet scattered, overcast 4300, 14 degrees, 3016. But still with 050, so we're still on for the 04 right runway. That is in the original plan, 04 right. So that Waxen is the holding point, and do we have that same? No, should have a different holding point for the opposite runway. Missed approach fix there is Winnie. And the missed approach fix here is Waxen. Airport elevation, probably sea level, so that's 18 feet. So just climb out to 3,000 feet. That's the Boston VOR radio 030 outbound through Waxen. So fortunately this stuff is all just programmed in. So the autopilot will do that. But let's not go for a missed approach, and let's set this baby down. Albeit in like, 4.5 to 5 hours or so. Expected time of arrival 3:33. So it's about 3.5 hours or so. But actually 4, I think. I'm not terrible at that calculation. There's a bit of precipitation there. It's quite far out, so it's way zoomed out here. 160, 80, and it's already gone. Still a lot of clouds over the Atlantic. some weather forming here below us. But the zoom range is, look, 40 miles is nothing, and 80 miles. We do have some weather there, some precipitation, like wind, rain, sorry, not wind. Yeah, there could also be turbulence, I guess. I'm not sure how to see the turbulence, how that works. Now on weather, you can also say weather and turbulence. So 1 hour until the step climb. Just keep an eye on the weather forming to our left there. That's still like 80 miles out or so. That's the in-flight entertainment for now by yours truly and for yours truly. See if the cockpit is on fire. Got some weather coming ahead of us now. At least it's not displaying red. Looks like there might be some red areas there, but it's quite far out. that climbed in about little less than 1 hour, 55 minutes or so. And I'm curious how to do that. So we just change the cruising altitude, I think, and we should probably just start climbing. The castle will just be there. 419 nautical miles. So we are now 2 hours 26 minutes into the flight. Time 23:24. Arrival 3:34. So it's a little over 4 hours. Weather is definitely getting a lot closer here. Or well, actually we're getting closer to the weather. Let's see where is our step climb. It's right there. Curious to see if we'll be affected. Basically the weather radar is looking down a little bit. So let me get up close there. It's a lot more clear. So the tilt of the radar is a little bit downward. Again, yeah, I think just the feedback things. Just never really use that. If we look ahead. And if we look up, maybe we can collide a little bit earlier, for instance. Let's see what that's going to look like. Probably these weather systems are like super high, although right in front of me I do not really see clouds, at least not where rain could come. I mean, there's nothing up there, so rain I would expect below us actually. If we look dead ahead. So there's traffic right there. So we can have the charts here as well. Okay. I'm not a fan of this chart on this ESP. The zoom settings are way too radical. It starts glitching when you want to move the map, and I believe you should probably be able to block location, and you can. But it's a very annoying to the eye glitch effect when you start moving it, you know, like. Wherever it's going, that's pretty cool. We're now looking dead ahead. If we look below. Oops. So I think I'll stick around for the step climb and then I'll retreat for a couple of hours. That's on a beauty sleep. I'll just leave the plane running on autopilot. So 016 at 340 nautical miles will be our step climb. So it's another 45 minutes or so. It looks weather free again. Low step climb 016. About 30 minutes. The airport chart, our runway 04 right, heading 035. I guess we vacate to the left. Yankee or Romeo, and then we'll cross runway 22 right, November. Or they make you use Mike, I don't know. This would be via November. Let's see where do we would we end up. Maybe a bit further, so like Papa. Then we cross runway 4 left at Echo. Get ourselves onto Bravo, or actually main terminal. It pretty much gets us where we need to be actually. For any information, let's say we cross hotspot number 2. Next way, November and runway 15 right, 33 left. Hotspot 3 is right there at Echo. Let's see the situation here as well. So what does it mean? Maintain vigilance on taxiway Echo and Kilo when approaching runway 4 left to 2 right. Runway 1432 unidirectional, unidirectional. No landings, runway 14, no takeoffs at runway 32. Also frequently use taxiway, refer to inset for hold line, details on runway, okay. So this is the runway right here. Hidden right at the end of the airport, 5,000 feet. We could brake a little bit later, and then maybe not use Papa, but we use Kilo. It would not make too much of a difference. We'll still get to Echo or Kilo here. We have to cross the 04 left. And then I guess we just settle down somewhere around there. We're not quite there yet, obviously. Step line coming closer, 30 minutes. Our expected fuel is down from 13.0 to 12.5. A total of 34.8. think a GSX message. Do you want to restart? I guess we can quit it. Let's purge. Oh wait. Let's do it again. So 273.72, 282.69, 292.35 to the 511. Stone still hasn't fully set here. So it's loaded up, so 273.72, 282.69, let's see if it's going to change or not. Doesn't look like it. Hold is now at Waxen. So I'm curious, if we go to the route page and we select route number 2, it is not activated, but if you now go to the legs page you will see in blue route. So will the same apply? Yes, route 2 hold, that will be winning. And we had Waxen hold for runway 04 right. I'm 003. 93 miles until the start climb. 015 Zulu. About 12 minutes. So the weather is completely gone. We're looking a little bit below. There's a new weather update as well. Information Charlie, going to 350 for 070 degrees, 6 knots, 10 statute miles, 1400 and 4200. So the cloud situation is still the same. The altimeter is changing a little bit. And the wind seems to be getting a little bit less, but the wind direction has now changed from 050 to 070. That's basically the gist of it. Information Charlie. So 83 miles. So total fuel down to 32,500 feet, 32,500 kilograms. And max is now 381. We'll be climbing to 380. Will be about 10 minutes. And since we already have the altitude in the box in the window there, 38,000. I think we just need to change the cruising altitude up here and then execute. And then I'm not sure if we maybe need to re-engage vertical navigation, VNAV. Miles. So this is an interesting time to fly with the sun setting almost like indefinitely. We're now 3 hours and 8 minutes into the flight, and basically we've been looking at this sort of twilight for about 3 hours. Miles. Wow, this is like lagging, man. We had error earlier by GSX, but Looks like still handling passengers, that's pretty cool. What lights did I not turn off? Oh, never turned off the landing lights. We just turned off the seatbelt sign. The runway turn-off lights are still on, the taxi lights. First 8 miles, and I guess we could start climbing pretty much when we want now. Don't think it matters that much, those final minutes and final miles. Recommended is still flight level 340, optimal for optimum 375, maximum 382. So let's see if this theory works. So 380, that will be our new cruising altitude. And then it suggests a step climb to 400, not really sure why that is. Can we now check the LX page 2? This is still at 380. Let's just execute and see if the aircraft starts climbing, yes or no. Looks like she starts, there you go. So climbing now to 380. That should then be the top of our climb. So the engine's now at still climb. We got a high percentage there of N1. We're climbing 1100 feet per minute. I'm looking for the moon. No, can't find it. Alright. 4,800 feet coming up. So the climb, this should then hopefully now change to cruise. It's interesting on the VNAV page that it does suggest a step climb to flight level 400. Not sure if that's always the case. As far as I know, this is not in our flight plan at all. And even if we go to the legs page, it will just end at 380 anyway, and then we'll start with 10. So not really sure why that is, but it is. But this seemed to work out. So before the step climb, we just go into the FMC, we change the cruising altitude on the VNAV page. And if that, basically the settings are as such that they will do an auto step climb, then this is as auto as it gets. So you do have to change the cruising altitude here, but then once you're at VNAV, it will do the rest for you. That's the auto bit that you can set. So that worked out nicely. What's the fuel prediction tell us now? 12.4 on arrival. Time still 3:33. That's in about 3 hours and 15 minutes. So it will be a very short little nap for me. If I go, probably I'm getting a little bit tired. I need a little bit of beauty sleep, obviously. So cool. We're finally at cruising altitude. Weather-wise, we're also looking good. We had some precipitation, but it never really, we never really reached it. And it was below us actually, anyway, slightly. But there is still cloud coverage in front of us. And we can see at the airport, Boston, there will be like overcast at 4,100 feet or something. So there's definitely some clouds going on there. Overcast 4,100 feet. And then we're all going, or scattered at 1,200. So really our next altitude restriction is at AJJAY, where we should be at or above flight level 290. We're not allowed to go lower. And we'll see this here as well. So after 5550 and we get LOMSI tops in an AJJAY, 290 or above. 12.3. Right, I'm going to get myself to the galley for a bit. Okay, so on the progress page it does say to step climb none. So on the progress page seems to know that that we're already at cruising altitude. Here we're actually still at climb. If we disengage VNAV and turn it back on, it should go back to VNAV path, I think. We cannot disengage it, or then let's just not mess with it. So let's find the top of the descent point on the map. There it is. From AJJAY. So we could, for instance, set a fix there around it. Say 16 nautical miles. To AJJAY is heading 236. Should give us heading 56. Let's fly AJJAY 056 degrees from that direction, and then this could be around 15, 16 nautical miles. Let's try 16. And we insert that in front of AJJAY. And let's just execute. So it's right there at around the top of the descent. So now we can copy this waypoint and look it up on the progress page. So to this fix is 1197 nautical miles and time of arrival there 2:55. So at 2:55 I will be back, but I will be back before that. At the maximum of 2:55, which is the top of descent. Or slightly before, but that's around the time right there. 2:55. That's pretty cool that we have that there. We should actually let's put it here as well. We can keep this page open here, and here we can just go back to the next page. Alright, so back to the flight deck it is. Top of descent coming up there. You should be able to see now 181 nautical miles, 3 o'clock Zulu. Looks about 23 minutes from now. Wind 060, then wind 050 again. 6 knots, 1400, 4500. Sun has finally set here for us as well. This is our location, so it's about 20 minutes and we will start descending. So I will descend to 1700 feet. So the aircraft will hold at 1700, which is the start of the glide slope. .04 right, at Mills, 1700 feet. The 506 knots. QH 017. Cool. We're now 5 hours 43 minutes into the flight. So we're about 15 minutes away from the top of the event. So we're checking the recall before we start descending, and there's nothing there. So the auto brake. Let's do auto brake 1. This will be a long runway. And 04 right. So Yankee or Romeo. There we go, off to leg 2. Now I'm going to feed up the minimums. I think all we need now is the minimums for runway 04 right. Or 0.335, probably in the NAVHAT page. 103035. So we'll need we'll set the decision altitude at 168. So for now, flaps 30 degrees gives us 138 knots. Plus 5 is 143. And we will have to set this ourselves in the next page. Oops. So 143 knots forward slash. I'll do the same with the waypoint before that is milled. There you go. So then we have the landing data VRAF speed minimum. The approach briefing has been completed as well. So we're ready for descent. The new weather report will come at 2:54. We will get it like a couple of minutes later, so we will have the latest weather. Height 6 nautical miles. Time of travel 3:36. flight deck. 36 nautical miles, and then we will finally start to descend. After flying almost 6 hours. .21 miles, and I will start descending. So 40 miles to go. So start up sky dolly, so we can record the landing. So sky dolly is recording. 10 miles. Probably our latest weather report. Surface wind 040 degrees, 7 knots, visibility over 10 statute miles, clouds fewer 1,000 feet, overcast 4,900 feet, temperature 14, dew point 12, altimeter 3018. Wind set for 3 dials. So the wind 040, 7 degrees, that's okay. Few clouds 1,000 feet, Then overcast at 5000. Here's our top of descent. So next item would be the approach checklist. Arkady shows the altimeter. That's 18,000 feet in the United States. Will be transition altitude. A little bit low on the profile, but you will never really hear me complain about that. A little bit high now. 44 feet. So 40 miles from Trophy, we should be at flight level 223. Then we have NICXI, 11,000 feet or above. But a bit low again now. And there's the moon, finally. let's have a little screenshot of this. Still a little bit low. Let me get a refreshing iced tea for a second. So nice to have the moon with us tonight. Getting a little bit high. Usually you see around 30 plus or minus difference. It will start actually counting. So at 18,000 feet we'll switch over and then we'll also see if we're a little bit high or low. So perhaps not a bad idea to get some speed brakes in. Although the difference is probably not going to be super big. So speed brake out. It's definitely working out obviously. But curious when we switch over what the difference will be. As we have a sneak peek. Yeah, so it's good that we're braking. Because that will put us a little bit high ultimately, so let's keep the brakes out for a little bit. We get a little warning, but we can just ignore that. Okay, speed brakes extracted now. Immediately pushing is a little bit high. If you now zoom in, you have this, bit of a weird zoom if you ask. 21,400 feet. 1300. We're now 6 hours 14 minutes into our flight. .36 will be our landing time. Go to 18,000. We'll switch over to local pressure. We'll make a little cabin announcement. Feet. Let's go to standard, to local barometric pressure. As you can see, it goes a little bit high, so speed brake out. Let's turn on the seatbelts. Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We have started our descent. Please return to your seats and make sure that your seatbelts are securely fastened. We expect to land at the Boston Logan International Airport in approximately 20 minutes. The local temperature this evening will be 14 degrees centigrade. It will be a bit of a cloudy evening, but there's not too much wind, and we expect a smooth landing. On behalf of American Airlines and the entire crew, thank you very much for your attention. So the speed brakes are still out. We should get the warning anytime soon, but we can maybe detect them now. Still a little bit low, 16,000 feet. So approach checklist in that sense then has been completed. We have switched over to 3018. And that's the landing checklist. So we do have the latest weather. It's always good to know. So this is at 2:54. And if you consider the current trend of the weather, the wind has hardly changed. Quite stable. A little bit high here. Want to get roving itself? No. Let's use a little bit of speed brake. These are two range links, 15 and 7 miles. Speed brake retracted. We have the ILS frequency here finally, 110.3035 degrees. There's just no DME yet. We're getting closer. And then first we'll fly past the airport and then come around. And then you turn on the localizer and we'll get ourselves lined up for ILS landing on runway 04 right. Now 6 hours, 18 minutes to flight. Total fuel on board 12.5. Let's check our inner ref. So the landing speed's down to 137 knots. So it changes into in the leg page 2. 143, we can make that 142. We'll also do that at Billets or Mills. Okay. On our way to Theory now, 9,000 or above, speed 250 knots. Speed is spot on. Engine Jansen, your captain speaking. We have turned off the cabin lights. This is a normal procedure during nighttime operations. Thank you for your attention. So theory is 3.7 miles. We're nicely on the descent profile here. Nothing to complain. Speed is holding steady, 250 knots. So the weird zoom on the tablets, like you can see like this now, and this is getting quite cluttered. So you figure like let's zoom in like one level, and it zooms you in so much, and then you have to like unlock here just to, I don't know, I don't like it very much, I must say. Let's zoom back out a little bit. You don't really need it anyway, but nice to have some idea. Right, 11,500, speed still 250 knots. We were nicely on profile. And then up next is water, 11 knots come out. Looks like there's some clouds coming here as well. A 1,000 feet. Let's turn on our landing lights. And I guess we can also start up the APU. Slightly high. So the DME now showing 13.2 knots come out from the localizer signal. But obviously track miles we do have a bit longer to go. Track miles of 55 miles to go. So we're passing 10,000 feet now. Speed 244 knots and slowly decreasing as the FMC is trying to, or the FMS is actually targeting speed 240 knots. And then here comes our left turn from water to Flutie. So really pretty sight with the moon behind the clouds there. Look at that. A really cool sight. Right, back to the flight deck. There we're really hitting these clouds. 8,600. 4.6 miles, diaper's right there. I'm excited to settle down. What's the saying? Drag required. Yes, we're speeding. So, speed brake out. $6,400. So the target speed is now 220 knots. It will be at 1 knot mile at the gate. So the speed brakes are definitely helping out here. And then speed 210. Just acknowledge right there. And cut speed brake back in. Speed brake retracted. Cool, excited to settle down, man. Speed, selecting 210. So maybe a little bit of speed brakes again. Speed brakes extended. So there's civilization. Okay. Speed brake retracted. Flaps 1. So we're getting closer to the ground, 5,000 feet. Broken through the main cloud layer, I guess, which was around sitting at around 5,000 feet or so. So let's also turn on the turn-off lights and the taxi lights. trying to be at speed 210 knots at job 01. This is one of the waypoints created out of the previous one. Just to get a nice smooth turn around here, better effects. Let's turn off the weather radar. So now 6 hours 30 minutes into the flight. We're landing in about 7 minutes. So turning for Goshi now. We're 21 miles out. Let's see if we can arm the localizer. Localizer arm. Speed at Goshi should also be 210. It's in 1.8 miles. There you go, localizer capture. Glide slope alive. So we're turning onto the runway center line now. I think we can arm the speed brakes. That's the first item on the landing checklist. But that might be the runway right there. So we're still below the glide slope, 4,000 feet now. Glide slope will start to take us down at Milt, 1,700 feet. The visibility is okay down here, that's good. 3,800. We're on the center line, and we're below the glide slope. So now we arm our approach. Distance 17.2 nautical miles. So aiming for speed 195 and 3000 above at Nabo, that's 4 nautical miles. Boston looks peaceful tonight. There's our runway, 04 height. Glide slope coming up. Accelerating now. Targeting 195 here at Sync 176. Go flap 5. Distance now 11.7 nautical miles. Flaps 15. Glide slope capture coming up. The final approach speed will be 142. I don't think that has changed. No. So let's drop the gear. 8.6 nautical miles. Cabin crew, take your seats for landing. And we're on the glide slope. No, not yet. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Glide slope capture. We're now 7 nautical miles out. Let's go speed 142, that's cool, it's already right there. So full flaps. Flaps 30. Then at 1000 feet we'll take over to hand 5 rest. Landing checklist complete. Speed brakes on, landing gear down, flaps on 30. Alright, so let's turn off the autopilot. Coming. Here's our runway.
Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30.
Idle.
20. 10.
Flat. Landing gear touchdown. Nose gear touchdown. Welcome to Boston, everybody. Let's get our reversers out. Knots, engines so idle, flaps up, speed brakes in. And we vacate the runway to the left. Then we will cross runway 22 right. So here we are, Boston International. Wow, look at that. That's a long airplane. Overshot a little bit here. Right, so we should turn off the landing lights. So we're going November. Maybe we can settle down here already. We cross runway 15 right, and then we'll get to the Peter Bravo, I guess. I think I'll just turn on my landing lights just so we can see, because there's a really poor lighting down here. Runway 15 right. It's really hard to see. It looks like there's a jetway with no plane. So let's just turn in here. This might not be for wide bodies like we are. Driving in here, I was feeling like, damn, this is a really big airplane. Oh wait, I think we can go in here. But yeah, that's alright. That's it. We'll stop. Parking brake set. 6 hours, 39 minutes. So once again, welcome to Boston, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the flight. I certainly did myself. landing was not bad at all. A little bit towards the right, I believe, of the center line. And the final approach to the ILS was also not too bad, I think. And always feels good to set the aircraft down after, especially after a long flight. Even though I did have like a little bit of shut eye for like 50 minutes or so. That's really dark here, it's hard to see. But here we are nonetheless, American Airlines, the PMDG Boeing 777-300ER. And it took us safely over the ocean. Alright, so that's it everybody. I would like to thank you very much for checking. Thank Dutchman. Thanks for your engagement, it's always appreciated. And I will see you all in the next video. Have a good day. Bye bye.